Satum Satgamaya Namaso. Real. From darkness, lead us to the light. From death, lead us to immortality. Oh, peace, peace, peace. Thank you, Brother Shankar. Thank you, well, for the kind introduction. Thank you for inviting me to Atlanta. As Gillian says, the future is meditation. Well, it is. You think the future of humanity is those guys with big muscles and big guns and shooting around? We've already been given the icon. You see the meditative Buddha, or Vivekananda, or Ramakrishna. That is what humanity is going to be. Deeply inwards, deeply meditative. All this externalization of our mind has taken us to the brink. A little social upheaval, a little spark inside becomes so destructive. And in this age, where everything spreads very quickly, both hate and the good things also spread. We've got to go beyond both good and the bad. We've got to plumb our own depths. And most of you think, oh, I know myself. No, you don't know yourself. There are various layers or other dimensions within us, profound dimensions. And going in will be a journey into your own self. And your own self, as Vedanta teaches, is the self of the world. All the basis of your we are now just putting in a few rituals, a few teachings. But until and unless you take the plunge, you will be led, as we've just prayed, from darkness, light, and real, and from death to immortality. This is the journey. And it's a journey where everyone will have to undertake. We've been late. Those who are young have got a better chance to crack it. Because as the Upanishad says, Ashistro, Tradistro, Balishta. This is meant for the strong, the hard, the heroic. Because it's a, you've heard of the hero's journey. Joseph Campbell? Yeah. I won't go into it because you'll get sick back. But so we are looking for, what are we looking for? We ourselves don't really know, and we can't articulate it, even worse. Because fundamentally, we don't even know what is life in all its phases. We are just pushed by the laws of nature. And we are just playthings in the hands of nature. Got to be masters. Everybody looks for happiness. So, which fool? The scriptures say only a fool goes for pain. And this is a natural orientation of a living organism, to seek happiness and avoid pain. And this is found not only in humans, but everywhere, all across creation. So nothing unique about us. Where is this joy? How is this? If you seek it in the objective world, you mistake it. And that's what we've been doing. Is there no happiness? Yeah, there is, but temporary. Unsatisfied. Besides, people have been trying this for thousands and thousands of years. It's nothing new. Everybody is searching for happiness and nobody finds it. It's like a chimera vanishing. So that joy that we seek is actually an aspect of your own real nature. Because the Upanishads say that is bliss. So your nature, one aspect of nature, bliss. So it's like the musk deer that runs about because it smells the fragrance. Yes, it doesn't understand it's coming out from within itself. So instead of running about like a musk deer, that's what we are. We need to know that we have that joy. And that joy, just joy, is yes, not sensory joy. It's much deeper. Besides everybody who wants this, in the Upanishads, there is an evaluation of joy. And I think I should briefly mention it. They say if a person is young, educated, strong, cultured, moral, and that person rules the whole world. That is one unit of human joy. Yeah, too bad. Multiply that by 100. And the joy is something called a slightly higher celestial beings called Gandharva. Multiply that by 100, there's a higher celestial body, the system bodies. And keep on multiplying and multiplying and multiplying. Then you come down to the king of the gods. Multiply that. You go up higher, the guru of the gods. Multiply that 100. And then you come down to Brahma, that is Saguna Brahma, that is manifest. So what we are at is just a point in that tapering down of that joy. So the higher you go, the greater will be your joy. Don't think your life is very happy and this and that. You're just It's just a make-believe. You're made to believe that. Yeah. No life is happy. Nobody ever was happy for a length of time. Because this world has both these forces. And not both these forces, hundreds of forces right now working on us, on bodies. They won't let you be happy, but they won't let you suffer permanently. There are periods. So this is the reason why you want something which is your real nature. My guru used to go, good. The best way out is in. So this is why it's essential that we know ourselves. And what's the effect of knowing yourself? If you know yourself, you know the world. People say they want to know God. If you know yourself, you know the world, you know God. And you start with that skepticism. Is there a God? Yes, you've got to break down all your perceived, or you can say constructed images. We have been worshipping all these false gods. And that is not true. Meditation, insight, a tremendous insight. Insight in the sense, there I need to explain. One is things coming out from your subconscious, because the subconscious mind is not a place which is kind of static, fossilized, things that you've done. It's very fluid. Imagine if this piano can become this altar or this table. What do you call it? That's a crazy place. One thing morphs into the other. That's what actually happens. Oh yeah. So there are no fossilized experiences there. Everything very fluid, and everything is net. Every experience is linked to another experience. All. So things coming out from that subconscious mind is called an insight. A musician will have an insight into musical things, not art or sculpture. The person who's trained as a sculptor or an artist or anything, any activity, that person gets insights into that field through his own experiences, which have become. It's very creative. We call it creative because it's fluid. Things pop up. Oh, it's new. You worked on it and the subconscious mind. So we have the idea that subconscious mind is a place of, it's very calm. No, it's not. It is in a way you. Because in the topic of meditation, this is very important. It is essentially you, the personality. Subconscious because they are not conscious. But it is not dead. It is alive. It is working. It's very powerful. Very powerful. It makes you do all these things. And intuition comes from another aspect of the mind called the higher mind, or what we like to call it as super consciousness. Now, it's not just like there are layers of the subconscious. You would like to, if you like to kind of have a rough demarcation, there's something called a pre-conscious, conditioned conscious, subconscious, unconscious, etc. So the higher mind or the super mind has also various strata, various layers. So the subconscious mind can be likened to, a canyon that is cut, Grand Canyon, cut up, and it's layers and layers of old, you can say, history is uncovered. Meditation is like getting down, cutting through some of the things. Not all of it. It's not enough to give you some elbow space to operate. But essentially, meditation is trying to push you up into your own higher mind or super consciousness. The illustration given is, well, you have the Atlantic, pretty deep. So the water is the subconscious. The waves on the ocean is the conscious. This conscious mind, oh yeah, it's just those waves. It's just a small aspect of you yourself. And we live on that level all our lives. And then there's the sky above the waves. Sky is the limit. That is the higher mind, or the super mind. So all these things are within us. The subconscious mind makes its presence felt. The super mind is like a closed door, because we have not been trained, we have not been educated. And to be educated into it and enter it is what is called yoga. The mind has got tremendous powers, unbelievable. It has the power even over the laws of nature. We are not going to those things. There's some crazy stuff going on in US society. A fringe, of course. We'll stick to yoga in our today. And I also mentioned that we would not just keep talking. I also get tired. And you also probably will get tired after a few hours. So we'll be doing something called guided meditation, as Jillian has also made it of this in this flyer. So we'll be, I'll take you through the basic steps of meditation. So how to calm the mind, breathe, how to focus. Because all the talk. When I before coming to the US, I said, yeah, these American states, they are the doers. You must make them do something. And when I came here, I found they are not doing anything. They are not given the opportunity to do anything. Sit down and what happens is we are living in a very confined view of the world. Our senses are very limited. Yeah, don't, and we've been relying on them, and we've been saying this is the evidence, and you see all the epistemological literature and all. There is no proof. And this, our eyesight. Can you imagine eyesight? So, was it good enough for us to survive? You see the eagle? See its eyesight. Oh, see the sense of smell. Compare yours with the dogs, or hearing, or anything. We are just kind of crazy creatures that somehow trying to live in this kind of limited sensory inputs that are coming in, and the brain itself compensates for the rest. Oh yes, the brain or the mind is compensating for towards half the data which is coming. So your mind is creating your own view of the world, your perception of the world. So your world is your own creation. So there is an external world. Sorry. Really? I don't think so. It's not. On the surface, it is. If I bump my head on this, I'm going to cut myself. But it is not solid in reality. So we are seeing something which is not really there. So we are all living in this world, that's okay. But we cannot do it. Because it's all empty space. The atom is nothing but emptiness. And this whole universe is nothing but this emptiness. They call it something like dark matter, dark. There was a long time back, I read a book, the 4% universe. 4%, yeah, it was very long. That everything else about the universe is nothing but dark energy, dark. And the visible matter that we see, experience, is only 4%, 4.5. Doesn't matter. So it's just like a foam on the waters, the sea. So there is this external world, and yet it's so vast. But in meditation, we are more concerned with this inner world that you have created. All our foibles, all our likes, dislikes, all our hates, anger, jealousy, all these things have to be punctured. Because to enter into the real world of the spirit, you have to break your own creation. We are living in this world, yeah. But all of us are living in our own personal worlds. The people saying, oh, there's multiple universes. Yeah, multiple worlds. Of course, we're all living in our own world. All of us. That being said, I think that is enough. I'll take you through a few steps of guided meditation, then come back. A few principles about the mind. Clock here. It's okay. Yeah, you could just turn it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, please sit down straight. I know I'm going to let you do things, not with your body. You've done enough of things with your mind. Yeah. But it's important because, it's like when you sit straight, like suppose I say, you just won a lottery. What? Oh, you haven't won anything. Oh, you know, immediately this is a sign of attention. Oh, you sit up straight. That's what the yogis in India say. Oh, okay, this is a sign of attention. So keep your spine straight. That's the principle of. Okay. Secondly, when your eyes are darting about, your eyes are all darting, even when you fall asleep and dream, they dart about you. You know what it means? Mind is restless. Of course. And of course, I won't go into it. You are accessing distant memories when your eyes look up and towards the right, or up towards the left, straight and towards the side. So we won't go into. Just the principle is your eyeballs are moving about all over because of it is seeing things inside as memories. And when a person is meditating, the eyes become still. You notice that? So you're reading a book or something like that. You're watching something, become still. So that is an indicator of your state of mind. So to mechanically keep the eyeball closed and focused, you become aware of a space just outside the tip, somewhere here. And so these are the two preliminary things. And if the eyes are moving, fix it on that imaginary point, forceful. The other thing is, everybody meditating. It's not a passive state. Sorry, we are all sitting quietly. Meditation is exactly opposite of passivity. It's very dynamic. It is using your willpower. This is, but yeah. And if you are too passive, you know what happens. You get pushed around. But you get pushed around your thoughts. And next thing you do, what happens is that, yeah, that's the nature of the mind. It's going to be restless. And then next is, after the mind becomes restless, all this, but you have to pass. Push. The next thing is, there's always the mind talking to you. You've been talking to the mind, and the mind has been talking back to you. People say it's a voice of God, conscience, nothing. So it's kind of a monologue. That monologue has to stop. Okay. Otherwise, you keep on talking. Very talkative. The next indicator of concentration is your breath becomes slow. If I'm angry, I just need to watch my breath. See, it goes like a bellows. When I'm calm, my breath also. You notice? So the breath also is very intimately linked with your breath. Okay. Now I want you to sit down straight, wide. If you can, you clasp your fingers or cup your right hand on your left. Sit straight. Don't lean back against the chair if you can. It will make you feel sleepy. Ah, I So as I said, it's a very dynamic process, and it has to be taken with, you have to invest energy into it, and then you derive that energy back tenfold, 100-fold once you start practicing. The principle is keeping your spinal cord, your neck and head in a straight, as the Bhagavad Gita says. Samam kayu shri. Hold it. Don't close your eyes. Wait. I know you would like to go and meditate. Yeah. Wait. Meditation is not just closing eyes. You can do open eyes. Okay. Now, hold this position without any move. I don't want you to move at all. Be perfectly still. Now close your eyes, please. And see that the eyelids do not flicker. Be perfectly still. Now feel your body. Tell yourself it is strong, and it is nothing but a medium, a vehicle to attain your goal. Now fix your eyeballs under your closed eyelids at that spot, imaginary spot, just outside your nose. Fix it there. If your eyes are moving, bring them back and fix them on that imaginary. Make that imaginary point a ball of light. Relax all your facial muscles, please. Keep the tongue free. Don't let it touch the palate. See that it doesn't move. Tilt your chin slightly up. That's a sign of now feel the strength. Tell yourself your mind is strong. Stay alert. Now feel your chest move up and each. Stay alert. There should be no lethargy. Mind must be lucid. Feel your breath. Keep on gazing at that ball of light as you're aware of your breath. Feel your diaphragm moving. Right. Feel the sense of peace within. Stay alert, please. Okay. Take a long, deep breath. Keep your eyes closed. Wriggle your fingers, please. Take long, deep breath. And slowly. Meditation is over. Come out. Don't fall asleep. Meditation is not sleeping. Sleep is an obstacle that has to be conquered. Okay. One of the first obstacles in yoga is there are 5 painful obstacles, and there are those which are not painful. It's called avidya, asmita, raga, dvesha, abhinivesha. And then these are the 5. Sleep, memory, and all these things are obstacles. Perception, even this perception. So sleep is an obstacle. Nidrasvataya. It has to be, wake up. There. Don't fall asleep. Yeah, I need to. I have to be like a teacher. And you are right now, you're a student. So, as I said, we are not used to sitting down quiet. We all want peace, but we can't even sit down quietly for 10 minutes. You'll fall asleep. This orientation of the mind within, to stay within itself. I use the breath to hold your attention within. The idea is not to meditate on breath. The idea is to hold your attention within instead of let it run out. As I said, suppose I'm asked to lift this table. I can. Keep holding it. No. Meditation is something like this. You do it, you go in, and then the more longer you hold it, the more energy you need, the more power. But how long will you keep on that? You first start lifting it up, and then, as I said, what energy? It's a willpower. What is the willpower? Is there something called separate? This is the willpower. You can extract it. It's like I go to the closet and take my kind of shirt out. Oh, that's my willpower. No. The willpower is nothing but the essence of all your physical and mental energies. Technically, it is the buddhi, the intellect, which is focus. That is willpower. Okay, it's not a separate thing. There's a will. Okay. We have wills, and last will and testament. So it is your entire energies, physical and mental, are being focused. That is willpower. And the Swami Vivekananda says the people who really moved nations and societies, they had tremendous willpower. Okay. If you ask them, hey, let's meditate, you're sure, I can meditate. And because of that, all the new I hope our New Year's resolutions are still on. We make a resolution of New Year in a couple of days. There's no will behind that. So a thought comes, you have to put a will behind that. That's the power. The thought becomes powerful. And what happens when the thought becomes powerful? It grows larger and larger and larger and takes over the whole mind. That is it. So, like I said, meditation is, and once you start meditating, your mind itself will plow back what you have invested. And you will find kind of a, let us say, smooth sailing. So yoga and everything is nothing but willpower. And this willpower can be employed in everything you do. If you're studying, working, playing, if you're interacting with friends, anything, your entire day you're using this willpower. And because the Upanishad say that your willpower is like, it becomes sharp and one-pointed, and then becomes very subtle. Drishyayetva grahya vidya sukshmaya sukshmadarshi. So it becomes very fine-pointed. So it's only during a time of meditation or whatever we do, you need to employ. No, it is employable in every department. So your life becomes even better. Your attention becomes very fine. What happens is, suppose I am studying, I need to read it 2 or 3 times because my reading sometimes dazzles. Yes. But if I use my willpower or my attention, I can save this 2 or 3 more times which I have to read or read. I can pick it up in one go. I can do things in one go. So you are saving time. There is a mantra that goes on all over. It's all over the world. I don't have time. The second mantra, I'm so busy. Oh yeah, it's this age is marked by this word. So how do you work? If you use your willpower, you will be able to accomplish much more in less time. Then you can say, I have time. So the quality of your life gets better. And as I said, meditation also is not a kind of a isolated activity in your life. It spills across all your other activities. Later on, you'll find that your meditation is your central, like the hub of your life, and everything emerges from there. Then you have known a little what is life. Okay, not just a plaything hands, natural forces. Okay, before we can proceed, do you have any questions? As I said, it will be interactive also. Yeah, don't just, this is the kind of a small group. We're going to sit down quietly, thrash out certain things that, but let's stick to the subject matter. Yeah, it's a nice question. This 8-limbed Ashtanga is meant for the mediocre aspirant. Not even mediocre, sorry. The lowest aspirant. That's because that comes in the third chapter of the yoga forms. The first chapter is for the elite. The second is for the medium. Third is to make a big. So in one of the 8 limbs, the 8 parts, there's something called dhyana. But I'm not using it, this word meditation, in the form of dhyana, because dhyana is a very technical. Tatra pratyaya ekatanata. When a wave in the mind which rises and falls, every wave rises and falls. And the same wave again rises and falls. And again the same wave rises and falls and rises and falls. Generally what happens, a wave rises and there are other 20 other waves that come and interfere with it. And then your concentration is broken. So when one wave, say you're meditating on Shri Krishna, you're meditating on Om, you're meditating on Jesus Christ, meditating on Kali, you can call them. So when the same thing over and over and over, you can hold it, that's called dhyana. And when it is dhyana, like when Swami Vivekananda used to meditate, even as a child, he used to become oblivious. Technically, one becomes oblivious of one's body. Then a snake just crawled over him and he was not even aware. Shri Ramakrishna says that even a bird will perch on your head and you're not even aware of it. That is, you become oblivious of your body, you become oblivious of the world, you become oblivious of your senses. Okay? That is dhyana. Meditation is, yeah, it's a meditation. Please sit down here at the side. Please, everybody sit down and be comfortable. Just a moment. I've not yet finished. So I hope you got it. So this is yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, asana. It is nothing but the 7th stage of this 8-limbed. That's a very high stage. Meditation, I'm using the word term meditation is, yeah, I think it comes from the Latin word meditate, read. It means to, the same word has come from medicine, to heal. Meditation is heal. You meditate, you have a doctor here. Balakrishna is saying, doctor, heal thyself, he's saying. So meditation is a healing process. People run out. Most of the people I meet, more than half of them have some trauma also. And meditate, it will heal you. And now, when I was in LA, it's not fashionable. I got my therapist. I got my therapy session. Now, there's not one. If you have 2 or 3, then you're good. So you have 2 or 3 therapy sessions and 2 or 3 therapists, and it becomes fashionable. Meditate. It's going to heal you. You're going to heal yourself. So that's the doctor within. The mind over matter. You heard of this. So simple, because if I have to teach you dhyana, it will take years. It takes years and years to even reach the state of. What we are doing is sitting down quietly and be content. And as we proceed slowly to rise towards these inner dynamics. Yes, now What is your central hub now? Your phone. The moment you get up, I've got to go to work. I've got to this. I've got to running about. When you get up in the morning, and you will be able to sit down to meditate, because that is what draws you. What is the central thing in your life? Something, whatever, your work or your loves or this, your family, this, that. But when you become meditative, that becomes central. All actions will flow from this. That's what. How much time do you? How much time do you give? Oh, I don't have time. I know that's an old. I don't have time. What time do you have? Oh, we waste our time. So, yeah, that. Last. Guided meditation. It's not even it is just to give you a grounding into the physical aspect of, because keep your tongue kind of unhooked from your palate. You notice your tongue always moves. Even when you're quiet, tongue is always. There's a slight quiver. Oh, always. Because when you articulate something, your tongue moves. And when you're quiet, you're not articulating. Your mind is thinking. And that vibration is transmitted. So when you keep it relaxed, and you're sitting down, the tongue will not. And as I explained, the eyes also, when they are still, the eyeball. That is, the mind is not accessing remote or near or traumatic or nice memories. So your eyes are not. So these are mechanical processes to aid you. Because you see, what I asked, meditation. What's the mind? Where's the mind? Spoken as a representative of all minds. Yeah. But that's the nature of the mind. Suppose you don't think about your children and your work and hope, you'll fall asleep. The mind also knows that. But it is somewhere within, isn't it? Mind is somewhere inside. It is going all over the place, but somewhere inside. Yeah. It does not really go outside so far. Like you're thinking of, you're sitting here, think of the Arctic Circle. You are not actually going there in a perception. You're either seeing old pictures, maybe some memory, somebody has told you about it. You don't actually. So you are running around in the world within. And of course, in Vedanta, especially in the field of epistemology is how we gain knowledge of the external world. It's a very long subject. There are 6 methods, 6 aspects of perception. But you have it somewhere within you. That's what I wanted to say. Somewhere here, isn't it? It's going everywhere. You are not going everywhere. You're sitting here. Somewhere inside. But where somewhere inside? Nobody knows that. So as we keep on sitting down, meditate, you will be able to see the workings of the mind. Of the mind. So you'll be able to know where it is. Okay.
We compare the mind with Vasana, Vasana body.
Yeah. Not only vasanas. Vasanas are fossilized impression. In fossilized, I don't want to contradict myself because, like I said earlier, there's nothing fossilized. Some impressions in the mind, they have become hardened over constant use, and these become hardened, like the hardened criminal, hardened. These guys will not be able to be reformed. They are hardened. So certain impressions in the mind. What are impressions? Impressions are memories. So certain memories become strong. And when they become strong, they will remain in that mind. And they will fructify. There is no vasana, that's no strong impression which will go without bearing. So everything that will bear. Oh yeah, everything. Even that thought secretly and silently. Yes. But now in the subconscious mind, there are two types of impression. This is according to the philosophy of yoga. There is something called knowledge impressions and karma impressions. It's called jnana ashaya and karma ashaya. It's ashaya is receptive. Okay? Now, the knowledge of this lamp or this pen, paper is not going to obstruct me from attaining yoga. Or the knowledge of this chair, of this. But other types of impression, they become very hardened, strong, especially when this belongs to me. And that is what makes a thing become into a karma. And that will fructify. So vasanas, yes. So memory, impressions, and then vasana. Vasana means the word itself, that which dwells. Vasayati. Or vasa, that gives off a kind of an odor. There are some people you go and then suddenly you feel, it's a nice. Their natures kind of give off a type of a fragrance. Nice people give that. Yeah, it's in the Upanishads. So persons with good deeds, they give off a kind of a nice whiff, perfumed whiff. And not only human beings, birds and animals can catch it. Suppose I walk down the street with a big stone in my hand. Then a dog looks at me. He first look at the stone, look at my eyes, and look at my heart. And say, this person does not have that violence or the tendency to hurt. It will not run away. And if I'm going without a stone and then the dog will look at me, it will run away. Why? This guy has got anger. Look at the run away. So birds and animals, they have that instinct. They can unerringly. Even we can understand that. So that inner impression, all what you have collected is no secret. Even things that you have done secretly, quietly, without anybody's knowledge, you are constantly advertising. Oh yeah, nothing is hidden, nothing is. So that is called a vasana. And these vasanas are the cause of attachment. If you've not been able to exhaust them in this life, it will remain. Our karma is like this. So as long as those, it's like seeds, seeds that will germinate. So you do something and you're kind of sowing seeds, and they will germinate. So better finish it off. How do you finish it off? Meditation. Technically, dhyan. So in the yoga philosophy, it is they are disabled and neutralized. Sri Ramakrishna says like burnt seeds. When seeds are burnt, they don't have the power to germinate. They are seeds, but they are burnt. They will appear like seeds and everything, but then they are. So meditation is that power that burns the seeds. And that's why they say that meditation also purifies the mind. So what's mind? Pure mind is pure. Those seeds and cobwebs and spiders and roaches, everything is there. Don't worry. We are living in an infested house full of vermin and termites and etc. etc. Outside, if there's a kind of a spider, we kind of holler, hey, the spider, kill it! Look at that roach here. But we have those seeds inside here. Those, what about them? How do you clean that? You don't get a guy who come and exterminate this like no, insects here. The meditation is cleaning up. So that's like I said, you need a little elbow space within your subconscious to operate. Otherwise, it's very difficult to meditate. So that's the reason why it's a huge the topic by itself. And so we have, as I said, it's like that whole ocean with that Atlantic Pacific together. That is the there's always a danger. There all the disassociative personalities, multiple personalities. We don't know how the yoga teaches you, but some impressions, vasanas, they coalesce and they take on the characteristics of the principal personality and become disassociated. They can operate on their own independently. Yeah. People call it possession. There are some cases. This is the whole mind. Somehow, some stress or some event has split your subconscious mind into many parts. Either way, your one's subconscious mind is nothing but a cluster of sub-personalities. Don't think that we have got one personality. You've got plenty. Now, in like nice boys and girls, they'll say, why? I know. If I take this, actually they are like that. No, you're not. So we are all clusters of sub-personalities, somehow tenuously held together by one overarching personality. A little stress and strain, and there, and there, the whole devil comes out, or the angels. I always like to angels. So these angels come. So we operate on multiple levels, and that's why we need multiple personalities. So, yeah. So we are a collection of sub-personalities. Sometimes the sub-personality becomes disassociated. And then, okay, do we have any, or we can have another meditation session if you're not too tired. Okay. Yeah. Peace, you feel it. Strength, you must be able to rouse that strength. Suppose I say you will not be able to run 1 mile even in 2 hours. What? I'm going to show you, I'm going to run in 1 hour. You are inspiring yourself. You're kind of bringing into focus your own strength. I'll run it in 1 hour. Of course, there are some people who run it in less than 3.5 minutes. I think that's 4 minutes. I can do at least in 1 hour. He thinks I can't run it in 2 hours. I can do it walking. So it is focusing your prana. Strength, if you can manipulate the prana, that's vital force. So you see, you have the bones and the muscles, and they have the connecting tissues, but they are activated by the nerves, the nerve currents, and the nerve currents are activated by, isn't it? Yeah. Now even a thought can move a bionic arm. Biofeedback works on this principle. Your thought is now the thought is mechanically transmitted to a machine, and that can move an exoskeleton. Suppose you have these people, soldiers who have lost their limb, and they put up an exoskeleton. They can now function, walk to everything. Just thought. So similarly, a thought sends its kind of radiates its energies down through the nervous system and then the muscular. So rousing this idea that I can do it, I am strong. That's why Sri Ramakrishna will say, tell yourself, that you are strong. He used to always say, people used to call, people are teaching them, you are a sinner. Stop. What? Why do you tell people they are sinners? Why do you think about sin? A person who thinks about sin will become a sinner. Think that you are pure. Think that you are a child of God. Think, and you become that. Like Buddha articulated the teaching of the yoga. As you think, so will you. As you will think, so will you become. It is thought that is powerful. Okay, think of yourself as strong. You feel this. Always, and like Swami Vivekananda said, it's standing libel on human nature. Sin? What? When you have a whole doctrine based on sin, the entire doctrine based on sin and hellfire, then you're in for something like this. When you dismiss the whole thing. Because your real nature, that is one aspect of the joke. Real nature is pure, perfect. Think about it. Think about your real nature. Swami Vivekananda, Purmastar Chak Yogana Bhavya Kimbho Navijasya Ram. We can crush the stars. We have that strength. Aren't we the servants of Krishna? And the Upanishad also, Atmana, by knowing the Atman, you get strength. So think of your own purity, think of your own perfection, think of your own strength, think of your own goodness. And you'll be a blessing. So right now, somebody calls us trouble all the way. We have become a nuisance to them. And people put up with us as a nuisance. And they are like gentle behavior. Oh, okay. But wherever we are going, we are leaving a big footprint. Apart from the carbon footprint, we are leaving a footprint all over the place wherever we. And actually, we are leaving. It's like you are leaving a thing. When you have come here, we are going to leave our DNA. Maybe after 1,000 years, somebody will. He was here. They were meditating here. So we leave part of ourselves wherever we go. So even we leave our impressions, our mental impressions, on place and the people. So better leave a good, blessed impression on the place and the people you interact. People want social changes. This is the way you go to changes. Because we act and react on each other. You are reacting on me, I am acting on you, and vice versa. Well, we are interacting on a mental level. I'm not holding your hand. Hey, come on. We are living more in our minds. Not only living, we have always lived and always will live more in our minds than in our bodies. That's why this entire structure of the yoga has been designed you to enter in living in and manipulate it to your own. Okay. Do you have anything, or we can go in for another guided meditation if you are not too sleepy? I think we can. And modern societies and future humanity will always be like it's going to. We are going to live more in our mind. Jillian was asking me yesterday, how was the trip here, the journey? I live in my mind. Okay. And when I was distracted, and I was thinking of the engineering side of the plane. What a wonderful thing that you built. It's so perfect. One small part malfunctioning and we go down. But we are oblivious of it. People are. I was kind of delighted how the wings are working and how the blades are running, how the engine is functioning, and how the exhaust and how the flaps and it's kind of thrilled. When you live, you must be able to look at the substructures of things and people. That's a wonderful exercise. Don't take the surface things for yeah. No. So when you meditate, you'll be able to notice the structures beneath the structures that appears on top. And you'll see the dynamics. That's wonderful. Okay, so we can have a small session here. Like before. Sit straight and okay. Maria has come back. Keep your spine, neck, and head straight. Don't close your eyes yet. I know you like to meditate. Keep the mechanical things alive and keep your chin slightly, because see when you are distracted or when you have lost interest, your chin falls down. You are lazy, chin falls down. Remember your action. When you look up, that's a sign of attention. And also a new kind of there's a neutral kind of substructure for attention is immediately put your chin. Now close your eyes. Calm. And gaze at that point of light outside your nose. Think of your body as strong and adamant. Relax all your facial muscles, please. Stay alert. Keep the tongue free. Become aware of your diaphragm moving up and go along with that. Now become aware of your chest rising. Go along with it. Stay alert. Don't let sleep talk over you. Keep a watchful eye. See that your eyes don't move under the lids. Keep them fixed on. Now watch the screen of your mind, please. Just watch thoughts appear and let them pass. Don't hold on. Just be like a witness. Go back to your breath, please. Feel the movement of your chest and your diaphragm as they rise up and now once again watch the screen of your mind. Become aware of what comes and goes. Don't hold on to it. Like you watching. Now pay attention to the sound I am articulating. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, I want you to mentally repeat this sound like you've heard it. It should be clearly heard by you. You utter it mentally and you hear it mentally. Do it once again, 3 times. Okay, stay quiet and feel the calmness inside. Now gaze at that point of light outside your nostrils, please. Focus your entire attention. Bend your mind as now move that point or that ball of light in the center of your chest, please. And hold that ball of light. Don't let it go. Hold your attention on that ball of light. Okay, let go of the ball of light. Become aware of your breath, please. Okay, take long, deep breaths, please. Keep your eyes closed. Take long, deep breaths. Wriggle your toes to come back. You can slowly open your eyes. We went to one step further than the first. It goes 20 deeper. Yes, the meditation is over. So you weren't trying to meditate? Why? Not reading books. You must learn to meditate. And your dad, one should. It's not people who are young, they start meditating, it will help them. Like I was saying, this is an essential thing. It is not that meditation it is difficult, but that also is a part of the nature of the mind. You're not doing something which is completely alien to the nature. The mind is restless, but also at times it comes. It is at this time when knowledge flashes. So the word, she used the word dhyana, that is real meditation. And it is a complement of the word, or the obverse of jnana. Every time you meditate, really meditate, you come away with knowledge. That is a test of meditation. Every time you become better and better and better. In the sense of knowledge about what? About your nature. But the nature of the mind, you are the mind. So, you will come out with more knowledge about yourself. You'll be amazed at yourself after scratching that surface. Oh, yes. Yeah, like I said in the morning, it's an amazing journey. We like to travel here and there. Other people like, oh, let's go here, let's go there, and let's see this, let's see that, let's eat this, let's eat that. Go inside, you'll see greater wonders. Yeah. Okay, do we have any questions? Yes.
Hi, Swami. Thank you. So my question is, you are suggesting that we focus on this point of light in front of our nose. And then in passing, you had also talked about meditation on a Ramakrishna or a Kali. Can you kind of talk about the difference between those two and how you are positioned?
If you can concentrate on and meditate on the point of light, you can also meditate on the form of Ramakrishna or Kali. The instrument, the process rather, the instrument in the mind, the process of meditation is, if I can meditate on the point of light, I can on anything. So generally what I do is, the third stage is, in that point of light or in the ball of light, I would like you to visualize a picture or an aspect of God you like. Because I don't want to impose certain images in your mind. Because again, I will be kind of trying to make a presumptuous move that you should meditate on this one. So I kept a neutral object. Because we have enough of sectarian violence, so we don't want anything sectarian.
Thank you for that. As we are focusing on the words of the mantra,
Yeah, right now, that's why I said, generally, I would advise those who have been initiated to use that mantra, to repeat it. But I said, the word Om is the primeval sound of the universe and is in all matter. So if you can, the idea also is when you repeat it, you must be able to hear it very distinctly. It should reverberate. People, I don't know what, they are in a hurry. They think God is in a hurry and going to run away. I've got to do some fast repetition. No, that's wrong. Take it easy, take it slow. God is not going to run away anywhere. So, you must be able to hear it distinctly in your, it should vibrate. So if you can do the repetition of Om correctly, then you can do. Right now, we are in common space.
like
I never asked you to do deep breathing. No, you don't. It happens. You must be able to control all these kind of things. Yeah. So, and that's why it's called guided meditation. So, don't do things which there are the other techniques of trying to hold your breath and deep breathe and hold and then exhale. So I don't want to get into that. I will tomorrow. I will teach you a few exercises in breath work, or maybe later. See, just follow the instructions. So, okay. No.
I don't know, like
Yeah. These are the reflex action. Yeah. So don't worry. Yeah. The body is doing things which you don't want, don't like. But at the same time, the body is extremely intelligent. It's intelligence. Oh yeah. We must not underestimate the body. We don't know anything of it. Like how every cell is working. Do you know what it is? How it is? We are, maybe a kind of a ton of books have been written on, but yet we cannot say we know everything. It's a world by itself. Oh yeah. Sometime ago I had seen a kind of a animation of how proteins fold. Mind-boggling. What is this? How is it being done? So, what is being done? But so the body itself is very intelligent. It knows what to do. Only we need to feel. It's like yesterday I was telling somebody, I think Darryl was telling that. What flying again? I was like, yeah, it's okay. And then it's like the engineers say, don't touch my machine. The human element brings out all the trouble. I mean, the faults and the person is distracted and accidents. The machine left to itself will run by itself. It's supposed to run. So that is what. So the body is a beautiful machine. It has taken billions and billions and billions of fine tuning It is still in the process. So we must not underestimate the body. Let the body, but you are not only the body, you are the mind and this. So we leave the low intelligence higher. The body is intelligent, so there's no doubt. Very intelligent. It knows what you don't even realize your immune system is now fighting, shouting, running, this, that, trying to save you right now. You are alive and we are alive and all of us are living and working because your immune system is in top form. You're not even so yeah. So and then you'll find a higher intelligence in your own mind. So there you'll feel appreciated. So because we don't understand, we don't appreciate life and living people also. If it is happening to me here, years, I will be compassionate. I feel pain. That person also feels pain. I've got to be careful. So that is what you start learning how to live correctly. The knowledge is, and that's why in Vedanta they made knowledge the entirety of everything. It is only through knowledge you can liberate yourself. Nothing else. So knowledge keeps on teaching. Okay. Yes. Why? You can see the slide? Can you see the slide? Yeah. Have a semblance of this there within you. Now, okay. You're viewers, close your eyes for a few moments. Now visualize a polar bear. You can do it. Now there. Now open it. You could visualize it. A polar bear. What's wrong? Even with the open eyes. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Close your eyes and think of a polar bear. There. Got it. Okay, open your eyes. Yeah. It's easy. Meditation is supposed to be easy. Yeah. Why cannot do? Why? It's just that you pay a little attention. Even like if the eyes open, and visualize a grizzly. Yeah, you can do it. Okay, that is open eyes meditation. We'll be doing it tomorrow.
When I'm doing the job, am I just or is when I start, I'm myself in a position, and then it becomes an invitation, it's the mantra, and then a lot of times, then I have this type of experience back, back. Then I'm thinking, is that a proper use of it, or should I just strictly try to hold?
Hold the image of that avatar, and the mantra you are chanting is an aspect of that. So these are not two different things. They're one. Okay, two aspects of this. So hold on to that visualization and the And as you hold it, don't let the mind run into singing. No, you shouldn't slip. Hold it. See, what happens is as you keep on holding it, it becomes more and more luminous. So when you visualize something, it becomes more and more luminous. Watch that picture or image of an avatar of more luminous. Then you will see that it is not a one-dimensional picture that you see. It's a three-dimensional. As you keep on, it becomes three-dimensional. And you will see it from the left, right, see it. That's what actually happens. So as long as you're seeing it only just in a one dimension or two dimension, your meditation is not deep. As you get deep enough, it's the third dimension. And then, of course, the fourth dimension. This has been discussed in Indian philosophy. There are multiple dimensions, but it is not that space-time is different. Dimensions mean yesterday we were talking this dimension and that dimension. All dimensions are here. So it's just like these three dimensions that are within the fourth. It's not a separate thing. That's why in Indian philosophy they say Desh, Kal, Nimitta, time, space, and all the laws of nature, all the other three dimensions are one unit. It is one. All the physical and chemical and biological laws, whatever they all depend on certain laws. They're all within time and space. So this forms a unit. You cannot extract time and space from any object. When you visualize it, it has to be within time and space, always. So that's why the yogis, they said, okay, that the mind also works on the same principle of time and space. Oh yeah. So the same laws that operate outside operate also in the mind. So when you hold on to this image, try to get closer and closer and closer to the image. It's from three dimensions. Try to get, in fact, in the afternoon session, get closer and closer, up close, like you just about you can touch it. And not only touch it, you can feel the warmth of that image. You feel the love and compassion. And it's like touching a body. Like, so all your sensory perceptions of touch, smell, sight, sound, taste, like will be converging into this visualization. It will not be a visualization. It will be an experience. All the five senses are involved. Because right now, though we are looking at each other, talking, listening, we have eyes and we have ears that are going around. Sense of touch also is there. But one sense organ is predominant. In meditation also it comes like one sense organ is predominant. The mind's eye gazing at it, but all the senses also are secondary. And then it will be a very rich experience. Like this is a very rich experience because all the senses and everything is in full display. There was meditation. And is meditation. So first, like I said, go closer, then the image becomes from the 2-dimension becomes 3-dimension, and then you will understand it within 4th dimension, and then all the 5 senses enhance that. Got this? Yeah.
I was just thinking of what, when I've had that experience, always when I'm meditating on my personal self, something just about the intensity.
Oh yeah. Yeah. If you have devotion to your guru, it is the first step towards having devotion. Guru and the God should not be looked at differently. Secondly, yes, it is love that concentrates. People say, meditation is so difficult. Yeah, you don't love meditation, or you don't love that image of God. You don't love yourself. If you love yourself, you will be able to meditate. You don't love yourself. You love only something that is reflected in the mirror. You don't love yourself. If you did, you will be. So to love that concentrates the mind. Okay. That's easy. So when this meditation, like I wanted to talk about it from the yoga stand, not bring it back. So a friend here has got the element of devotion. See, it becomes better. And you, like in all love, what is love? There have been books that have been written, nobody describes it succinctly. But the scriptures say it is losing yourself, the separate identity. The object of love and the subject of love merge. The more you have your identity, the more you lose yourself. So that's what actually happens. Love, good, leave it to God, letting it go, you're merging your individuality, lost for that time. And then it becomes transforming. All meditation, like I said, every time you meditate, you bring in a little of that knowledge. And as you keep on doing meditation, after some time you find it has been transformed. The brain is plastic, but the mind is plastic. Malleable. You can. It's no. So the more you kind of form and reform it, you can do it.
Can you explain more about telling your senses come and enhance the meditation? Mostly it has been like our senses come and distract the meditation and it goes right. So it has been.
Yeah, you have not even entered into the realms of the mind, because the senses, the real senses, are in the mind. These are the external. So that's what I think real meditation. So when you're sitting down, as I said, when you are fully concentrated on something, you will find that cars pass down this road and you're not even aware. And So there are many things around which are distractive, but when you're meditating, they are not any more distractive. If you're paying attention to it. So what happens is you can eliminate the sensory distractions by focus. That's so great. And as you focus and you go deep inside, at that level, when you're visualizing that image of the Guru, of God, or a symbol, I'm not going to give you. The mind also has these the subtle part of the senses. Okay, we are talking much not about the eyes and the ears, the physical. We're talking the subtle aspects of their called intelligence, senses. The part of the they will come and they will enhance. Okay, like imagine we have a body and everything, and if we have no senses, what's the point in it? Yeah. Suppose you have senses and no body, then what happens? Not much. You know, there's a nice illustration in the Upanishad. So all the senses were kept on busy quarreling with each other. Who's the best? Who's the greatest? Let me see. So they go to their father, the creator, Japa. Who amongst us is the best? You decide. I know. You go. And you decide amongst yourselves. You decide. Okay. Each sense organ decide to leave for a year. So their father had told them, on whose departure the body will become despicable. Okay. So the sense of smell left out for a year and then returned. How have you been without me? Oh, we're fine. Couldn't smell things, but we're fine, all right. The sense of hearing of the left. Saying, now I'll show these guys who's important. The body will become despicable without the return. How in deaf? Couldn't hear it. Speech left. Oh, you dumb people. But you were fine, okay. Eyes left for a year and they returned. Now, you're thinking, let me see what they live like. They returned. How are you all? Like all of them. The mind left for a year. Now see what happens. Mind leaves, comes, returns. So, how you know who is the best? Oh no. How are you all? Yeah, just like stupid, like babies. You look like that. Instinctive. You look like that. Because the body runs on its own. See, you don't have to, like your body. Even with that, most of us, we do things mindless. Most of us live their life mindless. That's why we say, be mindful. So the mind also was disappointed. Took it back. Then the vital force prana got up to leave. And the illustration given like a spirited horse pulls at all the pegs on which it is tied to. Similarly, the prana was leaving, all the senses and the mind became uprooted. Hey, wait, don't go. Oh, you are at the back of everything. You stay here. You are the best. You're the great. And the worship that. So that is what. So this senses, how to get this, right? Go down to the mind and then go down to the heart. Then have that rich internal meditative experience. Disappointed, no easy way. There is no easy way. That is, meditation is work, and one should be able to integrate it into your life and other activities. Because those who say, "Oh, it's easy," I'm not the one. It's not. It is difficult, but there is also something called impossible. Is a word in the dictionary of fools. I think it was Napoleon who said this. Everything in this world can be achieved through practice. No, you're talking about your sense become being unruly. Arjuna, who was one of the greatest heroes, he also complained, saying, "This yoga that you are teaching me, it's very difficult to practice." Why? Because the mind is restless, it is turbulent, it is obstinate. Yeah, it is strong, it is not amenable to control. And controlling the mind is like to control the wind. Impossible. So Krishna says, yeah, I know. The mind is what you have just enumerated, but can be controlled with practice. And so practice. What is impossible? You see how these some of these skills these people display. Oh my God. If you ask me, can you ski? But suppose I decide I'm going to learn to ski. What's going to stop me? Only myself. I may fall a couple of times, but it doesn't matter. I'll be able, the more I practice and the more I decide to use my willpower, I'm able to do it. Same way with meditation. It's difficult. Then you don't achieve it. But if you do practice, okay. Julian, tell me, you ask a question?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Quick question. Just curious.
It is in Chandogya. Yes.
My question comes to what I think start. There are points where children about meditation or at a certain point that they say, refer to start meditating.
No, in fact, meditation can start even earlier. After the child has become socially integrated. Because that is an important stage, which is about from 5 to 7, 8. So by 10 years, 10, 11 years, first a child should be taught basics of, yeah, there's no doubt. And you see, like I was saying, no, this meditation is a kind of a healing. Most of our illnesses, diseases, there are of course viruses and bacteria, but most of our problems are psychosomatic. Because the mind affects the body, and the body of course affects. So if the mind is taken care of, because stress and tension and depression and anxiety, whole lot of things do affect the mind. If your mind is stressed, you will feel the body is not healthy, not working at all. So it's a psychosomatic diseases that's, a doctor will not agree. I think you do. Yes, everybody. So it is now known that for veterans with PTSD and people suffering from hyper anxiety, hysteria, all these, they are recommending meditation along with medication. But you can completely eliminate medication from meditation, and it's being touted for everybody. And doctors are now recommending. Forget therapists and psychologists. Doctors, I mean, medicine doctors. Meditation does help.
On the case of a child, especially early on,
Oh yeah.
shield the child.
Oh yeah. Oh, 100%. There's no doubt about it. Oh yes. That's the best thing that you can teach a child. The very best thing. You want to give anything to a child? Give a card and teach the child to meditate. Oh, the child is not listening to me. And the child, what happens? then the parents also. I invested so much in this child, not listening to me. Now, which child nowadays listens to the parents? After about 12, by the time they hit their teens, they become adults. So, the best gift a parent can give child, giving them clothes, this, that. By the time they are kind of, they have grown up, they are a bunch of useless things that you 10, 12 is about. So, Jillian, what time do we break for you?
That's a good question, and I don't know, Swami, but let me go check in the.
Yes.
Probably now would be a good time, but
Yeah, just go and check. Yeah. So, yeah, the bell went
Oh,
very good. We were out of our meditation. Oh, these guys
are creating.
but yeah. So, what happened? Okay. Oh, there. Jyoti is there. So, yeah, so we break for lunch, potluck lunch. And so we congregate again here. After lunch, after we bond over lunch. An hour? Yeah.
So,
Yeah, fine. I think. Oh yeah. That also is.
2 o'clock.
No, that also is part of that bonding process.
Exactly.
And we bond over food very easily.
Yes.
The family that eats together stays together. Oh yeah. You heard the family that prays together stays together. The family that meditates together stays together. The family that eats together also stays together. So let's go and the family. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Shri Ram Krishna Arpanamastu.
Yes. Oh, it's still on.
That's coming in, plus the old perception of a particular thing, comes and grabs. So every perception, what we are doing right now is memory plus what we are perceiving here. So perception has got two parts, this and this. And then as the fish again splashes in the water, it leaves a ripple. The ripple is called the wave in the mind, chitta vritti. And just imagine if there are not one fish, but tens, hundreds, even thousands of fishes. All the waves intersect with each other. The wave, the vritti goes towards the edge of the lake and comes back and again intersects. So the whole water is kind of, surface of the water is full of waves and wavelets. That's what the illustration of a mind, a wave in the mind. Yoga is nothing but stilling all the waves in the mind. That means you stop the fish from coming out, the old memories, the old perceptions. So how do you recognize this? Because of your previous perception, which is in your memory. So the subconscious mind is called a storehouse of all memories. Everything that you have done, you've said, you've thought is there. So you stop the fish from, right? And then you stop somebody throwing in that fish feed. And you stop the senses, stop everything coming in from the senses. That is yoga. Yoga's chitta vritti nirodha. Yoga is stopping the mind from running into waves from outside. So at that, in that moment of stillness, I think it's Christ says, "Be still and know that you are God." In Christ or in the Bible, where?
In the Bible.
Yeah. So be still and know. That's what, of course, that's our interpretation. But that stillness is you. And it needs, of course, as the morning we'll be talking about, it needs a lot of strength. It's like, imagine you have a horse carriage and let the horses run without holding the reins. It will run. Or you hold the reins and pull. What happens? You got to employ a lot of strength. So this is control. Yoga is controlling the mind from running into waves. Pull back. So in the Upanishads, the illustration is given, the body is a chariot. Okay. The senses are the horses. The mind is the reins. And it is held in the hands of the intellect. So if the horses are strong or the intellect is weak, then the horses will run the way they want to and take your chariot to wherever they want. But if the intellect is strong, you keep on exerting control, pulling them, you can dictate where you want the horses to run. That is the whole essence of living in yoga. Pull it and let it run the way you want. The horses are tamed. And the individual soul is the passenger in the whole thing, the whole enterprise. The intellect is the charioteer, the mind is the reins, and the horses are the senses, and the body is the chariot. So the passenger is just there. That's the individual soul. This is the picture becomes clear. One meditates with the help of the intellect. And so the mind is the rein. So the intellect, the mind is pulled. And as the mind is being pulled deeper, the senses become still. They can pull against the stronger intellect. And then the body also becomes still. So in the deepest meditations, like we're talking about dhyana, the body, more like in the state of samadhi, the body becomes so still that it goes into an advanced stage of hibernation, suspended animation, whatever you like to call it. Okay. In a better version, the body has to die for that moment. When you're perfectly concentrated, the body dies. Is it? Yeah, there was when Sri Ramakrishna one time had gone into, he occasionally used to go in the state of somewhere. A doctor comes and puts his finger in the eye. That's the most sensitive thing. The eyeball will immediately react. Nothing happened. And he put a stethoscope here. There's no heartbeat. What? Then after some time, Sri Ramakrishna returns. His consciousness returns to the body. My God, where did the guy go? So for that moment, you have opened that door to higher consciousness. I was telling you in the morning yesterday, the superconscious realm, the superconscious aspect of your mind. That door has been now open. There you go. Why does the body have to go undergo that? Yeah, because you cannot drag your body up to that level. The mind has gone up, the controlled mind which has become identified with that object and become one, and the mind becomes still. The mind becomes still, the body also. People talk about samadhi and so many types of samadhis, and I'm going to attain samadhi. Really? Okay, all right. But we know what does the science. But I don't know what the doctor will say. Hey, what's that? The person who dies can, the body can run for some time, even if it is supposedly dead. These are the ancient, you can say, sciences of yoga. To attain that state of samadhi is no easy task. Not at all. It's a lifetime's work, a whole life's work. It's not something that you go to the supermarket or shopping mall. Let's give me a samadhi. And I just want to kind of emphasize this because this word has been tossed about and used in a very casual way. Can use it, of course, but it speaks about that profound depths of existence. That's what the whole thing is. So, is everybody eligible for this? Yes. But it needs tremendous practice. That's all. How much practice? Now that depends on you. The more you practice with concentration, the less time you need. If you take it in a kind of lazy fashion, no, there's no problem. We don't know how long it will take. It all depends on the individual. How intensely the individual can practice. Practice. So everybody is heir to the state. And said it is the result of much purity, much practice, much patience. And in the process, as I said, we have undertaken this journey. You will find yourself. The example Sri Ramakrishna uses is like a bird which has been confined to a cage. Suddenly it's released, flies off. That's how the soul flies out. It's free. Or a fish that's trapped in a small puddle and it's let in the ocean. So the soul will feel that kind of freedom. Then you will know, oh my God, there is no death. I'm beyond all birth and death. I'm beyond all bodies and all this kind of crazy world. The whole thing has become a joke. It is only after you have ascended that can you, as they say, see the face of God. Not before that. The rest of the thing is just preparations. You will see whether the soul is infinite. You will see eternity. You will see your own immortality. So that is the goal of yoga. It's always like that. The goal of yoga is this. There are some who don't want to go all the whole way home. I don't want to go there. I don't want to die. But when we go to sleep, we are in a way dead. The body goes around the water. When you are not there, the world also is not there. You notice that? I'm not talking about dreaming. In dreaming, you are seeing all those old pictures. But when the I is absent, the world also is absent. When the I emerges again, the world also emerges. So we go through that state and come out again. But this is still on the subconscious, in the sense of the I disappears in its own, you can say, origins, and then emerges out again. But in the case of the illustration is same. In the higher mind, it goes in and comes out transformed, transfigured. Do you know in Christianity they have something called a transfiguration? Whatever it means. And transfigured. That is what happens in that state. In that state, the secrets of the universe are now open to you. That is, you know everything that is there in the universe, in heavens and in hells and wherever you want. The seven hells or seven heavens, whatever you want to, wherever. You know everything. There is nothing there which is not known to you. Because, as I said, that is the state where it's an intense state of knowledge. Yes, knowledge. Knowledge that liberates. Okay. That's a wonderful state. So, and that is, by the way, that's the goal of every soul. One day, sometime now or later, you'll have to reach that state. And then we will get through. Do we have the grace of God here? Yeah, there is something called the grace of God. Also, not something, there is. Yes, there's the grace of God is a huge thing in our lives. Is it only exclusively meant for some people? No, it's for everybody. Sri Ramakrishna gives a nice example. The breeze of God's grace is constantly blowing. We only need to unfurl our sails. That work we need to do. So when you unfurl your sail, you're carried forward by the breeze. We also have something called the grace of the Guru. The Guru also can be gracious. And then you also have your own inspiration. You need to work, you fight. So these are the various factors can lead you to it. But suppose you don't want to go up there. Yeah, up there is not up or down. Like in space, there is no such thing as up and down. Only in reference to something like the earth is. But it's a journey. And I want to tell you that this is the end. That's a goal. Because we are discussing yoga and what is the goal of yoga. So yoga, the word yoga, has two meanings according to the old, you can say, the founder, not a founder, the codifier of the Sanskrit language, Panini. One is yuj, that is concentration. Yuj, he said, samadhi. Concentration. Concentration is the meaning of the word yoga. The other meaning of the word yoga is to join, to yoke. The word yoke itself means that, yoga. So joining the individual soul with the supreme soul, or the lower mind with the higher mind. That is called yoga. So, and that's why yoga is now popular everywhere. It's all yoking. A lot of we who know Sanskrit, we can understand. Oh my God, this word cognates. From the Sanskrit and English, there are kind of plenty of similarity. Almost all words have got that similarity. So this is meaning of yoga. In the yoga scriptures, the word is used in the sense of concentration.
as you say, ultra concentration, but deep concentration. Just deep. That is the meaning of yoga. And in the scriptures, like say the Bhagavad Gita, 90% of the time the word yoga is used in the sense of to yoke. Joy. Yoke. So before the individual soul can be yoked to the Supreme Soul, there are other lower aspects of this yoga. The body has to be yoked first to the vital force. The vital forces have to be yoked to the mind. The mind has to be yoked to the intellect. The intellect has to be yoked to the individual soul, individual consciousness. And the individual consciousness to the spirit. Of course, there are, the devil is in the details, as you say. So here, one thought has to be yoked to another thought. You don't let your thoughts run amok, run loose. You need to hold on. Take it and yoke it to something else. Thank you. And then take that second thought and yoke it to the third. You kind of form a chain. Only then, when yoking the body to the prana or the breath, the kind of breath word. That's what the first Hatha Yoga and all is. Your body has to be integrated, it has to be perfectly yoked. Yeah, otherwise, I'm going to be a yogi. I cannot sit down for more than 12.5 seconds, but I'll try to. The body has to be healthy. So that's the idea. So your body is now yoked to health. Okay, whatever. To strength. And your nervous system has to be strong. The biological system has to be strong. So there are different aspects of within the physical body itself that one needs to start yoking. And yoking is to make things stronger also. Yoking together. Because the body itself are different systems working together in a kind of a fashion, in a symphony, different musical instruments being played. The body also has to become integrated, and then that has to be integrated with the breath and the prana, and the prana has to be integrated with the thoughts, and then one thought with another. So it's that process. So yoga, yeah, that's a brief idea about the goal and the way, the process. Okay. So do you have any questions before we can go into the practice a little bit? But yeah. Oh, wait. She put her hand first.
I'm sorry.
No, you don't feel have to.
Sorry. Could you help me understand the samadhi, state of samadhi that you taught just now? Is that synonymous to the, shall we say, concept moksha that Vedanta talks? Or which is synonymous or different levels?
Even the state of samadhi has to be transcended before moksha. there was one Swami, so he was saying, last night I had a dream, and I saw a venerable old Swami, another Swami, beating me with a stick. And then I was objecting, please, Swami, why are you beating me? Saying, oh no, I just want to put you into samadhi. So this Swami says, why do I have to go into samadhi? Samadhi isn't me. You got this? Why should I go into samadhi? Samadhi isn't me. In the state of moksha, of Vedanta, you will see the whole universe within you. But this whole universe, it's a big place. Yeah, it's a big place. You will find yourself bigger than that universe. And for Christ's sake, as they say, we have a kind of a strange illusion about there's only one universe. One universe. What do you mean one universe? What is this one universe and one world? And in the Bhagavatam, so the creator of this universe, Brahma, was a little egotistical. We won't go into the whole story of he tried to hide the cows of the cowherd boys and then found that they have again reappeared, and again he hides them, again he reappeared. Then he understands it's the baby Krishna who's the naughty one, is playing around. And then Brahma, the creator God, he looks around and he sees hundreds and hundreds of other Brahmas who look exactly like him coming towards him. And then he says, who are you? I'm Brahma. I'm Brahma. How many? I thought I was the Lord of this creation. We are the Lord of this creation, our creation. So they say, then he understood that I was living in my own bubble thinking that I am the Lord of this creation, while there are multiple creations going on, and each one has its own Lord. So all this also is, you will find to be within you. The whole universe appears like a bubble within you. You see, that's a state of the highest liberation. But suppose you don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. Yeah, that's okay. Even when this morning we are discussing, suppose you are free from samsara. That's okay, you're liberated. You'll go through a process of higher and higher. And you can get out. Get out of the whole chain. In the Bhagavad Gita, this entire creation is likened to a wheel. It's a wheel of Brahma. Everything that exists is on this wheel. And is being spun around. So we are all there, spinning around like crazy. Those who are furthest away from the center will feel the movements more, at the edges. The more closer you come toward the central nave, the hub, the less you will feel the movement of it. So the more further away you are from your own Atman, yourself, the more externalized you are, the sense you are kind of living a sensory life, externalized, you feel this kind of turbulence on. The more close, the deeper and deeper and deeper you go inside, everything is still. That is then there in the very center. Yeah. So we should not have that idea. There's only one universe. There are so many things. Within this universe, there are so many levels. Like, it's right on from the viruses and bacteria and ants and all that. See, they live in their own worlds. There are worlds within worlds. Only we have that illusion. The human world is better. Yeah, you can see it. How much genocide, how much hate, how much violence, wanton killings. No animal ever does that. Wanton killings. No. And the humans, oh yeah. And yet, it has the potential to become a god. So they say that within the human body is a god, is a demon, and a human. So all the three are there. So it's a wonderful opportunity. The human body is one of great potential, great gift. In fact, Vedanta goes so far as to say this acquiring a human body is due to the grace of God. Well, it's not possible. There are so many people, there's more than 8 billion. You don't have to worry about that. Take the opportunity that you have now become embodied. So they say even the gods would like to come down and become human beings, creating liberation. So the best vehicle for yoga is the human body. The very best. Because your pain, pleasure, joy, sorrow, anger, love, everything is kind of balanced out. It can be balanced out. All the forces perfect for the practice of yoga. Yeah, if you go towards the edge, if you're always spiteful or hateful and all that, that's your problem. But you can come down to the center and be established in the perfect balance. So even if you forget, life will give you a few slaps and pains and send you back. And you become very happy, and then suddenly everything changes, you become miserable. This is trying to tell you, hey, go back to your center. So that's the human body. It is an amazing, like I said, amazing gift. In this, God can directly be realized. Yes. Like in the Upanishads, like they say, like light and shadow, reality is perceived like that in the highest heaven. And like you see in a dream images, like you see it in the world of the celestial world of the Gandharvas. And like you see your own image in water in the world of the gods. But in your own soul, you can see God directly. There it is. So this is the greatest gift that we have been given in this world, human body. Yeah. Once you understand your own value, you will behave with others in that same compassionate way. Oh yes. There's no body, human body, which is useless and despicable. It has been acquired to great merit. But we waste it in a useless. We don't, because we have not realized the potential, what it is capable of. So that, and this is what yoga teaches also. My God, is it really possible? Yes. And that's what makes life worth living. Okay, that being, it was the longest answer. Yeah, very good. Okay.
So, in the chariot analogy, I heard you say that the soul is the passenger. So, as the passenger, is the soul kind of jostled by the movements of the rest of the carriage? And that is that what sort of drives them to say to the intellect, hold in your horses?
No, it's just a passenger. You have some crazy drivers, but there are some crazy taxi drivers. They will give directions from behind. Hey, don't drive, slow down. But passengers quiet. He keeps on looking. Oh, this guy is going around. He's going to fall into a ditch. But it's just a passenger. It's an illustration given in the Katha Upanishad. It's a beautiful illustration. So just to give you the breakup of where exactly you've got to start and what is involved. So you immediately pull back. Oh, okay, this is what it is. So your meditation is done with the help of the buddhi, the intellect. And when you are employing that buddhi, it is called a willpower. That is what it is. Okay, yes.
Okay, so my experience with meditation is, let's say I have an object of meditation. It can be the breath or the mantra, whatever, but say it's my breath. So I'm sitting and following my breath, and a thought will come. I let go of it. I follow my breath. The thought comes. I let go of it. I follow my breath. And then suddenly I realize that for the last several minutes, I've been thinking about my income taxes, and I've completely, it's like there's an amnesia. Like I've totally forgotten that I was meditating, then I go back to my breath. And I found that trying harder does not do any good. Trying harder just makes me tense. And I started asking other people about this, and everybody that I talk to has this same experience, that there's your mind goes off somewhere, you forget you're meditating, and then you come back. And like I said, trying harder doesn't do any good. The thing I found that does help, before my mind would wander, say to my income taxes, and I would come back to my breath and I would say, you failed at meditation again. Once again, you failed. And that's not the instructions I was given. The instructions I was given is when your mind wanders, come back to your breath. It was not when your mind wanders, tell yourself you're a miserable failure of meditation. That's, it's come back to your breath. So now I found what helps, or what works, is that when I wake up from that dream of income taxes or whatever, I say, isn't this wonderful? Once again, I've woken up. It's the nature of the mind to come back to the object of. And so anyway, that all works for me. I'd like your feedback on that. And also, I ask everybody this question, so I'll ask you, do you have that experience with your mind wandering and getting lost, thinking about something else, and then so on?
It used to, when I began meditating. Yeah. And over the years, what we have been taught is you persist. Keep on persisting. It's like you on your way here, you saw many things on the road, but you were focused on reaching here, the Vedanta. So the rest of the things came and they passed. You never paid much attention. Why you were focused here? Similarly, if you have the object of meditation clearly defined and you are practicing, thoughts will come, other chains of thoughts will come, they'll disrupt your principal chain of meditation. But you come back to it, and slowly, as if you're practicing, that disturbance is reduced. And as it reduces, say from 5 seconds, it becomes 4 seconds, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 second, and then. Secondly, what happens is, you must always understand there's a conscious mind that's meditating, and just below that conscious mind is another layer called the pre-conscious. And these two layers have a great friendship. They flip on and off, on and off. Sometimes they're meditating, and you're meditating as it has flipped. Oh, income taxes. Oh, I'm meditating. Income tax. It is taking you by surprise. You have not learned to fully observe the mind. We are talking about observation. You learn through observation. Observe with the mind. So you will see it flipping. I'm making it easy for comprehension. It's not just two layers, the conscious and the pre-conscious. There are multiple layers, but they keep on. You don't even realize. Then that is okay. That is fine for beginners and for every practitioner. It is a part of practicing, overcoming, keeping the mind from flipping over, keeping it straight on an even keel. But there's a time when the mind says, Bob, you're wasting your time here sitting down. Close your eyes. Come. Let's get out. Let's do your taxes. And then you said, okay, yeah, I'll do my taxes. And then the mind said, Bob, what are you doing? You're supposed to meditate there. Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to meditate. Forget the taxes. Oh, what are you doing? The taxes there? It will make you dance. Oh, yeah. That's why the mind is very deceptive. In Vedanta, the very first thing that they say, don't trust your mind. What do I trust in? You see, your mind is taking you for a ride. So bend it down to will. Okay, I'll do my taxes later, after I finish my meditation. Okay. Put a clear line of demarcation. Right now, I will meditate. So, and then what happens? You will see the degree of your disturbances, other trains of thoughts. Like this morning, sister was saying, sitting down there, and then my mind is gone everywhere. Yeah. Yesterday we were saying that whatever work we do, we are identified with it. So yesterday John was saying, my son rocket has gone to space. So saying, no, not my son rocket, he has worked on it. Yeah, of course. We understand. When we work, we get identified with our work. And when that work succeeds, we think we have succeeded. Though we may not have gone along with the rocket has gone up, but we feel, I have gone up. Like there was everybody saying, yeah, we have gone to the moon. Not you, but we even mankind has gone to the moon. Why? Because a couple of human beings have gone to the moon, so we have sent a machine. We have sent a machine, not you. Yeah, but there is a common thread of identification with everyone. So even when you're meditating, when you're thinking, what to do my taxes, this comes later. And so when you're meditating, feel that you are meditating. This is the mind. This is the practice. Then you become identified with. The moment you become identified with the practice, with the object of meditation, then you don't need to worry. Then it becomes very easy. Take care of itself. So yeah, and the nature of the mind is restless.
So your experience, let's say there's these two things that happen. One is the thought comes and you let go of it. And then the other thing is that a thought, you don't even know the thought came, you wake up like waking up from a dream. You don't have either of those anymore?
You know what, I'll tell you, but I've been meditating since I was very young. So it's been years and decades and decades and decades. So for me, it's different. I started very young, but I started because I didn't know what was meditation. But I like to sit down and in front of a statue, a still statue, and I used to try to imitate that stillness. I was very young. So I used to love to do that. And then there's something called meditation. There's a science of meditation. And then,
how young were you when you were doing that?
11, 12. Yeah, it's now about more than, it's about 50 years now. Yeah, so I've been doing that the last 50 years. And I see people after a few months or a few years of meditation, I have this, I have that. We know what they So I put my whole life in this kind of thing. So, I mean, did other things also. But that has been part of 50 years. Yeah. Yeah, we'll take this question, and then we'll have a small session of meditation. Okay, yeah.
So you said that the mind is tricky, and it is. As Tom mentioned, you can think of taxes or think of some problem at work and how to solve it.
Oh, yeah.
And you realize you've forgotten the mantra, but even once you get past that, it can be trickier at a lower level, because sometimes I'll actually hear a piece of music and start with appreciating the intricacies of it and realize, oh, I'm not doing my mantra.
Yeah, it happens. It's constantly telling you, oh, you don't have to bother. But once on repeating a mantra over and over, the mind gets a taste, or it gets a little joy. Then you're on safe grounds. Then the mind will insist, hey, what happened? You're not meditating. You're supposed to meditate.
Right. So once you realize that you're thinking of a problem at work or your taxes or a piece of music, you got to remember, mantra, back to the mantra.
Yeah, and then you get joy out of it. After practicing a little, you get, Sri Krishna said, bhajanananda, the joy of practice, out of practice. There's a very subtle feeling of joy that one gets. It's kind of very intoxicating. It's kind of, and you want more, and the mind wants more and more and more. It makes you practice. Yeah, dig deeper, dig deeper, dig deeper. So that's what actually happens. But then, as I said, it's essentially impelling you to go further. And so keep a kind of a watch. At the same time, have let the mind, say let go of the mind. That's in Buddhism, generally. Let go of the mind is going to take you to Antarctica. I let go of the mind. Yeah, you are the mind. You've gone to Antarctica. Then you come back, it's gone, taking you to the Amazon. And then, oh my God, it's taken you to a buffet. So in yoga, the letting go of the mind, no. That guy has to be held and beaten up nicely. It has to be, it's like a child that needs to be trained. No, don't beat the child up. I'm not talking. Just beat the child. But always, this letting go made everybody kind of letting go, let everything go. It has its uses for the beginner's mind. They say there's kind of a mind called the beginner's mind. It's called a monkey mind. So the monkey mind, at times, it's so restless. It needs a little space for it to go run about and then get tired. Keep watching it. You've seen animals, like, say, a puppy is kind of frolicking or running about. Don't do anything, just keep on observing it. Now I'm going to look at you as I'm being observed. And then slowly, its wild gyrations will become less. You keep on looking at you now and then. And after some time, that puppy will come and just try to become friends with you. Come and stand beside you. They'll rub against your feet. Just observation. So the power of an observer is very, very powerful. The mind does not like to be observed. So, if you keep on staring at somebody, those people become very self-conscious. The mind also doesn't become self-conscious. That is one method of controlling it. Instead of letting it go, observe it. And stare it down. Suppose you had a friend who kind of fell off, and then you all become kind of not very good friends, and you look at enemies. And how do you stare each other down? Try to stare each other down when you kind of meet. That is one way. I can teach you that tomorrow. Glare at that mind. See how the mind. Oh my God! Look at this. Look at that. Putting me under a microscope. And then the mind will come to sight. It's just inflated with this false sense of importance. So the moment it becomes less prevalent. Okay, we'll take up a meditation. Okay.
I think we need to kidnap Swami and keep him here. Okay.
Hey. Well, you don't need to kidnap me. Okay, like we did in the morning. Sit down straight. If you can, don't lean against the backrest. Keep your chin up. And now be perfectly still. Keep your feet flat on the floor if you can. Keep your fingers either clasped or your palm, your right palm in your left palm. Now close your eyes. Yes, be perfectly still and stay alert. Relax all your facial muscles, please. Now gaze at that point just outside your nose, please. Keep your tongue free and easy in your mouth. Now look within. And try to feel the entire body is full of space. Your toes, your feet, your legs, your torso, shoulders and arms, neck and head. It's all just space. The only semblance of awareness you have is your body as an outline within the external and internal space. In the center of your chest, visualize a ball of golden light, the size of a golf ball. feel that ball of golden light getting larger and larger. Till it fills the entire chest, neck, stomach, your head, your arms and legs. Feel that you're full of this golden, luminous light. Make it as bright as possible. Again, pay attention to the center of your chest and visualize a red lotus. Bend your attention, mind to this red lotus. If you want, you can clench your fist also. But keep your mind on that red lotus. Again, make that red color vivid. Now let go of that red lotus, please. Just become aware of that golden light within that fills you from your head to your toes. This is essentially your light. Let go of that light and see that empty space there within. Now take long, deep breaths, please. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Yes, slowly and open your eyes. In, wait for a while. In the practices of yoga, various symbols and meditations have been given. Like today, we have been doing a few of them. All of them are just not popping out from my head. These have been given in the scriptures in yoga. But they're based on the actual experiences of the yogis. So what you are meditating and trying to meditate upon or something is trying to recapitulate the original experience. When I say there's a kind of there's a space inside and then it's full of luminous light and the kind of red lotus, these are actual experiences that have occurred and will occur. There are some common characteristics amongst all the variations. So you will actually experience it. Because, suppose I lift this pen and I close my eyes and imagine I'm lifting this pen. I just imagine. More or less the same brain patterns are being used. Whether I do it physically or even mentally, I imagine the same brainwave patterns are used. They're finding. So when you are trying to recapitulate the old experiences of these yogis, you are in a way orienting your brain or your mind into that experience. So it's not a figment. These things have been experienced at every stage. There have been experienced and they have been noted down. Even Patanjali is not called the author of yoga. The Patanjali and his yoga, he was not an author. He was just a compiler. He went around the country meeting different yogis and asking what were their practices, what did they. He himself was a yogi. So he is a compiler of existing practices. that was prevalent in society then. About more than 2000 years ago. And the science of yoga itself has taken how long? You know, it can produce, look like something like an imagination, but it has taken a very long time for people to develop this science. A few thousand years, and then it spread out to other people. So, and from where has the ideas of yoga come? From the old Vedic sacrifices called yajnas. From there arose yoga, and the proliferation, the practices. It has taken a long, and every generation has protected this science. How do you protect it? By practicing it. And they gave it to the next generation, till it was kind of codified. So the codification is not the entirety of the yoga philosophy. No. There are many oral traditions still on. That is from teacher to disciple. What we have today is a kind of a clean, cut and dried, perfect system to get inside without the hassles of this and that. So what I'm trying to get is that over the years, people have experienced certain things, noted them, and then they are kind of collated and codified. So these meditations are nothing but old experiences of the yogis that we are trying to emulate. It might be in a childish or in a juvenile attempts at emulating those experiences, but the same mind, the same neural connections will be better, are being used in both the cases. So, as I say, the neurons that fire together, wire together. Nice succinct. So constantly be done over and over again. Like Tom was telling, hey, no, it kind of goes down there. Once you get into that neuronal circuit, it's not going to let you go the other day. No chance. Because the circuit has been firing and getting wired over and over and over again, it's not going to let you go there. No. So this is nothing but, like I said, practice. You can develop it through practice. How often? It depends on you. It all depends on an individual yogi and the tradition that person is in. What tradition of meditative practices? Is it possible to attain the states of high meditation? Oh yeah, of course. It is whether there are differences in a male and a female body. No. Everybody is good enough to practice yoga, and everyone is eligible. Of course, like I said, suppose somebody wants to be an astrobiologist. Who wants to be an astronaut? Nobody. But you might meet somebody who wants, okay, I want to be. So, because that person has a little maths skills and kind of, he's got an edge over the others. So in all meditative practices, there are some who have a little edge over others. Maybe that person has developed it. The power of interiorizing quickly anything that happened outside, that person can internalize it. That is a very fine quality that is needed for practicing meditation. Generally, we only internalize that which is that hurts, that is painful, that which is 10 years ago, that person said this to me, and I still remember it. So we have internalized it, but the bad things. So when you keep on doing that, you relive that original experience. What is trauma? Trauma is nothing but reliving that thing. That thing has already gone away, but you are reliving it. That's why it becomes difficult. That's why you're giving it new life every time. Every time you dwell on it, think of it, you're giving it new life. Yeah, and then so that's why it doesn't go away. And as I say, I think there's a book also, the body keeps a score, the body keeps a count. Yeah, and the body keeps the mind also keeps a count. All these things can be disabled through the practice of meditation. You can do that. Okay, wait. We have one question here, and then we will go on. Okay, yeah.
So when you find yourself reliving those traumas, those don't serve you, you know it, yet you keep dwelling on them. How do you deal with that?
The yoga philosophy teaches you, if a thought arises, counter it with another thought. They say pratipaksha bhavana. That is, if a negative thought comes, counter it with a positive thought. So what happens? You're locking, like the word yoga, you're locking the negative with a positive thought. And it's locked. It goes down to the subconscious mind. The moment the negative thought comes, it will pull also the positive thought along with it. Always. Because you've locked both of them together, bound them. So that is the way to neutralize whole traumatic cancer.
So when you find yourself dwelling on some traumatic person who did something terrible in the past, you try to think of someone you love.
Yeah, something like that. And then what happens is every time we relive that trauma, we are adding some things which are not really there into that original, you can say. But of course, it is sad. Now, one thing we must understand is that how much of harm these people have done to other people, for them to have such traumatic experiences. It takes away your life.
Some people in this world are truly malevolent. Some people are kind and some are not. That's the truth.
Oh, you don't know the world? You think it's a nice world out there? Oh, you let that never be your illusion. All that poetry and all that drama and all that nice songs. There's a beast within you that has to be tamed. Okay, every one of us. And it's better that you do it, because if it's unleashed on others which are vulnerable, it creates problems. Society is riddled with this problem. But like I said, there are malevolent people, but this world will be like that. How do you come out of it? Simply saying, well, it's full of malevolent people and benevolent people and this and that and that. Well, are you going to get stuck only, or you want to come unstuck from that? This is the way that you come out. Then, secondly, you must understand that these are just memories. When you see a dream and you wake up in the morning, it's just a dream. So try to look at these things also as just dreams, dreamlike memories. The only problem is we've been making it real. Alleged fears also are so real. And that's because also we have been not letting our children to go about and experimenting, to always protecting here, come here, this and that. And because we won't go into that, but then we must teach everybody like yoga teaches. Like Swami Vivekananda says, there's tremendous strength within. One must be able to rouse that power within. Tremendous. So you are the creator of your own destiny. All the help and succor that you ever wanted is within yourself. Therefore, make your own future. So instead of harping on this, tell people of that innate strength that we have. This is what yoga teaches, and this is what yoga uncovers. And it's necessary for us to now to emphasize this aspect of the mind, not the sick aspect or the injured or the hurt or the diseased part. That there is a healthy part, not only a healthy part, but a mind that has tremendous power. It's unbelievable. Some of the powers that are enumerated in the yoga philosophy will rattle even the hardcore materialist. Tremendous. Oh my God, I said, is this possible? Yeah, it's possible. So, yoga teaches you that strength, that you have that strength. We are not even talking about the Atman, the soul, and all. No. It's the mind itself that has that power. Yes. And why are we wasting it? Are you wasting it, neglecting it? Okay, that is.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that? So that is from yoga perspective. How about like considering the detachment aspect and this
Yeah.
If we forget everything that has happened to us in the past, we will be carried away again. How to maintain?
No, you cannot forget it because memory, your timeline is yours. The only, like Sri Krishna says, go forward, go ahead. You cannot leave it. You will have memories. You will have that pang of kind of revenge, hatred. Yes, but I'm not telling you to dwell on this because that will make your attention be diverted and you'll be drained of energy. I will say these things will come at the same time, keep moving ahead. So, Sri Krishna says, suppose you are going to the west. You go towards the west and the east will fall off by itself. You don't have to do something separate. Oh, let's go up the east. No. Keep moving towards the west and east will follow it by the very movement. So keep moving. Like Shri Krishna, go forward. Go forward. And once you can get this, those things will come. Then they will come. The intensity will lessen slowly. And then you can look back at it. Yes, it has also taught me many things. Yeah. it is, like I said, I'm not denying. Denying it also is a big problem. That is another kind of deception. I deny that something. And people try to. No, it is coming out of that trap that the mind has kind of put you in. That's all.
So rather utilize that as an experience and get the benefit out of it, not being carried away in the future.
Oh, yeah, you must be able to keep your mind alert to see that it's not repeated. Not only that, with others also. So, yeah, now so society is now, understanding these things. They were suffering silently. You don't know how much good lives have been lost because of this. But one must be able to very silently make your point clear that this is not acceptable. Yeah. Okay. Wait, I think there's someone who was here. No, okay. Yes. Sir.
Swamiji, I have two questions.
Oh.
First question is follow what was said. If I have done something, then I can look at rest and keep going. But if somebody else is hurt because of whatever I have done, I may or may not have done. But the revenge always comes all the time. Whenever you see the person,
Yeah.
that comes. So how do you deal with that?
Oh, you go to that person and say, okay, give up all sense of importance and I'll say, I'm sorry.
It didn't work.
Yeah. And then you once you've done that and it's not worked, come away from it. Because Ramakrishna in one of his one place, Bhavanath, his disciple, is telling this very thing to Sri Ramakrishna. He's asking, what happens? And he was my friend, and we've kind of falling out. And so Sri Ramakrishna said, go one time and say, okay, let's forget the whole thing, and I'm sorry. So one time, 2 times, 3 times. If it's not done in 3 times, forget it and come away.
That's not even true in that case. The perception was there,
Mm.
but the accusation is not correct.
Mm.
So even
Okay.
then it's the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Right.
So, yeah, come away from it. So, Sri Ramakrishna, will you waste your mental energy on this instead of moving forward? Yeah, you know what? The social dynamics are so kind of complex. You don't know what hits you from where. So even we don't think we are also immune to all these things. I mean, somebody says something, but we have a knack of dismissing it or kind of ignoring it, or even taking it and thinking. So, yeah.
My second question is, you addressed earlier, there's a fear of death for a lot of people, particularly it's a real case. One person died 87, 88, something like that. The other person, the same family, is next in line in terms of age. That person is so fearful. I'm shocked. Oh, it's not about the person who died. This person is having a great fear of dying. So I can't ignore, because in the family, how do I help that person?
Teach him yoga. Yoga can conquer the fear of death. Can conquer death. Yes. Okay, now how do you see what happens is the scriptures say we have experienced death over and over again. Okay. Now that's a separate doctrine of karma. But what happens is, even in the body right now, death rules everything. Because cells are constantly being or dying, being renewed and dying. millions and billions of cells are being died, and we are actually living in death. And yet that death has sparked something called a life. That's why in the Bhagavad Gita, this world is called the world of death, Marta Loka. Because your body itself is it's dying. So the illustration given is, in the old days it was a oil lamp. You light an oil lamp, you think, oh, this is not so much light. But you don't see the oil being slowly diminished. That is the life. So your life depends on the death, So this is the experience. So it's a subconscious experience right now for you. But that fear also now was subconscious, now it become conscious. What about me? What about? Yeah. So they say, and one of the reasons why they say, you have to be moral. But the simple reason is, it will eliminate this fear of the unknown. A darkened mind is always afraid. Now what? Now what? So that's what actually happens. So what you do, what you tell that person. I think we have some time. There was a young boy in one of the Upanishads. He had gone to the house of death because his father was so annoyed with him. And it's a long story to make it short. So his name was Nachiketa. So his father had performed a sacrifice where one has to give away everything. And then he did, but he saw his father was not sincere. And he wanted to protect his father by saying that you oughtn't to do that. So instead of saying it directly, he said, well, I also belong to you. Whom are you going to gift? Me too. So one time, two times, three times the boy asked, and the father got annoyed. I'll give you to death. And then the story goes, okay. The boy said, yes, I'll go to death. He comes to the house of death. But death is so busy. He has to go around collecting people to populate his place. He wasn't there. And the boy was waiting for him for 3 days. And then the death's wives, hey, does the guest come? And in those days, if a guest comes in, if the man of the house is absent, he can enter. So he stayed outside. And if the man of the house is not there, he has to remain seated there. So this boy, he was seated there, waiting for 3 days, hungry, and the women folk was so agitated. They bring him back in, come in. No, I'm not coming. So when death returns and he's saying, okay, I'm sorry, I'll give you 3 boons. And then he gives, the third boon was, he takes the 2 boons. The third boon was, there is this doubt. When a man dies, some say that there is nothing left. And some say there is something left. What is the truth? Since you are death, I want to know. And death tries to distract him from where he's going. I'll make you a king. I'll give you a long life. I'll make you everything. Take all these celestial damsels and the music and chariots and this and that. What do you want? But don't ask me about death. But he pressed on and said, no, these things, they'll wear away. What I want is the third boon. And death was very happy. actually say, yeah, that was testing him. And that is a nice guy, in the Vedanta mythology, that is a nice, lovable guy. Okay? He can be taken for a ride also. Yeah, because in the case of in the Mahabharata, Savitri and Satyavan, those who have read that.
Yeah.
So her husband Satyavan dies, and Yama takes her. They're saying, no, the husband and wife are joined together forever. We take one, you've got to take the other. And there's a long dialogue, beautiful dialogue, and then he completely fools him. And then he had to release her husband back. And so then she's saying, your faith has won you your husband, my child. Go. So here also, Yama is a nice guy. So after testing him, he's like, this boy is not going to move from his resolution. Then he starts teaching. And the very first opening salvo, as is this entity is not born, and nothing is born out of it. The same words are echoed in the Bhagavad Gita much later on. There is no death. Now, this has been spoken of from the standpoint of the Atman, where there is no body. Then later on, he tones down the whole thing and says, yes, there's something called death. So, what's the death like? It's just a change of garments. Today you wear these clothes, tomorrow you wear some other clothes. And the example given, Vasansi Jirnani Yatavir, like you discard old clothes and put new clothes. Similarly, the soul puts on new bodies and discards old bodies. So, and then it's a transition from like you were a child and then you grew up and you went to school or whatever, and then all these changes are there. So these are changes. That also is one change. Imagine for a moment if there was no death. Oh, and that actually, I don't want to sound morbid, but yoga teaches you how to conquer the fear of death. There are hundreds of cases of near-death experiences and out-of-body experiences. Some of them are kind of fake, and some are kind of. We can understand whenever you can understand certain things, but there are some genuine ones. So there, out-of-body experience. Can you experience? Not even you can have an out-of-body experience even when you are living. So, there. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. In times of great stress or pain or something like that, the subtle body kind of becomes loose. What am I doing here? Trapped here. And then again it comes back. But we can discuss these things tomorrow, don't worry. I don't want to end up on the note of death. I'm not actually speaking about death, I'm speaking something even greater than death. So, death is the end of everything. There is no such thing as death. So, the fear of death is there. I've seen even great people, as I say, great, big people, barking like dogs. All their kind of courage and bravado and all that, everything is kind of zero now. And now what? The idea that of non-existence is right. There are some people who say, okay, thank God it's all over. Thank God it's all over. There are some people who identify the pain of the body with existence and they commit suicide. That is even worse. Don't even try that.
So Maharaji,
Swamiji.
thought on what he was saying, the fear of death. We come across this situation very often because we have people around us, our friends, our family members who are about to die, and we see them suffering. And I'll talk about my mom, who is now in late 70s, and she is really afraid about death. But what my observation is that these people are very attached to the world.
You have, you know what? You've spoken the part of the solution itself. You know, people who suffer pain towards the end, that is nature's way of telling you, let go, disconnect, let go. You don't, nature will keep on turning the screws on. Because the ego does not want to give up this idea that it is bereft of the body. So a lot of people, they undergo this pain as it is a kind of an education on the soul to let go. You had enough of it. 70 years, 75 years, okay. So because they are very attached to the world, they attach to the body, they attach to the world. So nature is trying to let go. It's time you went away. So, and there are some people who are living a kind of busy life, and then suddenly, what happened? Oh, that person passed away. Oh, really? Lucky guy. Lucky guy. I'm not talking about death in sleep, you know, because that is not recommended. What is recommended is you got to be awake and alert.
Oh, Swamiji.
Yeah.
Hari Om, Swamiji, I have a question.
Yeah, wait. Okay. Yeah, we got. Okay, you take this question here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hari Om, Swamiji. My name is Vijay.
Yeah.
I have two questions. First, we talked about saying sorry when we are wrong, and this is a real life example, and other parents may have experienced it too. I'm 82 years old now, and my children who are grown up, they feel very tormented by the thought of some mistakes that they believe were made in raising our children in their childhood. And after hearing them, no matter how many times and no matter how genuinely I may have said sorry, there's just no end to it because they are so attached to their mind. So in situations like this, it comes in the way of our peaceful living as a family. What would be your recommendation in terms of sorry when it doesn't work in this case?
Yeah, what you do is sorry. They say, apart from saying sorry, and why don't you also pray for them? But that is also recommended. There's something called prayaschitta, that is expiation, the expiatory some work. Suppose
Sorry, Swamiji, what was the question?
Even after saying sorry, the children are kind of, naturally, just sorry, just words, empty words. But suppose you do something for them, do something directly, keep some money for them. But no, I'm just kidding. But do something for their, to allay that fear or that kind of pushing back. So do some rites or do some karma which are expiatory in nature. Go down to people who are helpless. Say, suppose you go down to a homeless encampment, do something for them. And with the thought that I'm helping these people, but I'm also trying to, in a way, purifying me. Because even when you say sorry, they don't believe it because somewhere deep down, you have not been purified enough for your sorry to be convincing to them. So the scriptures say, go and purify yourself by helping others, being charitable to others, by feeding others. So you purify yourself, you disable your old whatever hurt that you had, or at least hurt that you had done against them. Then your sorry will be conviction. And you don't need to say sorry also. Yes, pray for them. I think that will be okay. And well, so it's a question of purifying yourself, ridding yourself of some of the karma that was done. And so this is one of the valid ways of neutralizing some of the old hurt. Okay. Do some puja, something like that. Do some Satyanarayan puja. In India, that's a famous area. So that is one way that when you say them sorry, they will see that the sorry has come from the depths of that person. Really, that person is sorry. Then they will believe you. Then they will let go. But now we see the children have become big and let it go. You move on. As we are discussing, you try 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, otherwise let go.
Thank you, Swamiji. Thank you. I have one more question, Swamiji. The second question is, fortunately, by Thakur's grace, I do not have difficulty concentrating and being able to hold on to Thakur's vision in my mind without any extraneous thoughts. But the difficulty comes that I have the condition of insomnia, and at night when I'm not able to sleep sometime for an hour, 2 or 3 hours, and I try to concentrate, just when I need the concentration the most, after 2-3 hours of insomnia, I'm not able to invoke Thakur and keep Thakur's image in my mind at the time I need.
You mean to say when you suffer from insomnia and you meditate, you can't hold on to the image of Sri Krishna, isn't it?
Yes. In the daytime, I have no difficulty invoking the image and keeping on to that image and get joy from it. But when I need him most, at night when I cannot sleep, I'm not able to hold on to the image.
That's because the mind is switching on between, it's a low kind of delta wave in the mind. In these delta waves, which is like, when one meditates very deeply, it kind of resembles these sleep patterns, the EEG. These patterns they resemble each other. So that's why when you're not sleeping, you're meditating, but then again, it's very close to those sleeping patterns. So your sleep sometimes may be insomniac, but then those patterns will not let you plunge into meditation. But keep on, it doesn't matter if you've been able to do it for the whole day, keep the holding on Sri Krishna throughout the day. you can take it easy for a couple of hours at night. Don't worry. That should not be a serious concern. Try to get some sleep, because that is what impairs health, physical and mental. So the circadian rhythm has to be kind of reset. So learn how to eat early so that your circadian rhythm is not harmed. And then you know the rest. You're taking medications or something like that. But keep that sleep and wake pattern like more or less in a cyclic fashion. That takes care of a lot of things, because your memory, intelligence, and everything depends also on your sleep. Yes, everything. Your physical health also depends on your sleep, immune system, and everything. So try to get some sleep. Yeah, and that's a beautiful state. The body renews itself. The brain cleans itself. So many things happen. Yeah, try to get some sleep, because too much of insomnia can lead to other neurological, physical problems. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Try to meditate when you're not feeling asleep. Try to just lie down flat on your back, and as you breathe, your stomach rises up and down with each breath. Join it with the mantra instead of counting sheep. Slowly, slowly, with that rhythm, go down to sleep. Okay. And the best way, that is not the best way to sleep, of course. Turn on the left. And now today, doctors also are saying that sleep on the left is much easier. And besides, according to the yogis, this is the moon current, Pingal, Ira. And this is the sun current. So the moon current kind of makes your body calm. And now it is known that the body has to be slightly cooler than the normal temperature for it to fall asleep. So keep all these things taken care of, and yes, you should be okay.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful.
So we have come to the end of a very long day. I congratulate you on you made it. Hey.
One more day.
Well, tomorrow will become better, and that's when it's just getting better. It's time for me to go. Are you ready for the third day? But that's always what happens. But yeah, it was a kind of a very, it was really profound. I mean, the things that you learned today, you might not find it in a particular order or sequence in a book. And some of these things I've been trying to make things practical, so that people can practice it and benefit from it. Okay. So Jillian.
Thank you, Swami. Thank you so much. So we're starting again tomorrow at 10, yes?
Yeah.
And thank you for your wisdom today. We really appreciate it.
Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. Sri Ram Krishna Arpanamastu.
Ramadas, can you move the podcast for them?
Why don't we have a kind of a group photo here?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you made it.
Yes. Okay, I can take it on this iPad.
Okay.
So everybody can just get up there with the Swami.
Yeah.
You want me to
Yeah, yeah. And then later on, I don't know what we're going to do. Yeah, okay. This side or the side? You can put there. Yes, yes.